Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this morning is Alan Thornton, a dynamic sales leader with 14 years of SaaS experience. Alan Thornton specializes in startups and Fortune 500 acquisitions. Oh, Lord Jesus. It seems like we're having technical difficulties, but I'm gonna go ahead to Mr. Alan Thornton.
Well, as long as you don't push me off the stage, I'm good, Miss Carrie.
I'm not gonna push you off the stage, but I know that you have a great topic to deliver. So I'm gonna say genius is coming.
Am I on? Okay, we here. Thank you so much for that eloquent introduction by Miss Carrie J. I'm excited to share a virtual coffee this morning with everybody here with me, and I'm glad to go through what we're going to go through today. So I'm an old Toastmaster, so I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, then I'm going to tell you what I told you. What we're going to go over today is the narrative and a few of my mentors. I'm going to share a little bit of history with you. I'm going to share something that you can leave with that is tangible, specifically in the AI space. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's coming in the new frontier. So just like if you're ready, I want everybody to lean back, take a deep breath, get your coffee. Let's take a sip together and let's get ready. So just like Miss Carrie J said, my name is Alan Thornton. I hail from West Texas, in the army town of Fort Bliss. Many of you know this as the tip of Texas, which is El Paso. Some of you during the time that we spend together today will try to figure out, where's his accent from? My mom and her family are from New York. My dad is from New Orleans. So I have what we call the best of both hustles. And it creates kind of a gumbo island twang if you hear me speak. So very interesting mix. But I've been in enterprise software ever since I graduated from college, spent some time at New Mexico State, graduated in San Antonio. And I'm excited today because all the while through college, my first love was always real estate. And I get to have the honor and pleasure of using technology on the next frontier to affect real property and real estate as we go through. Everybody needs a niche, right? And everybody needs to double down on their niche. Just to give you some history, though, and the way I got hooked up with Dr. Kelly is we also run the 40-acre conference. So AI and technology is always what I've done from a full-time standpoint, right? What you do, a lot of people say, hey, what's your 9 to 5? What's your day? That's what I do during the day. And the impact is our conference. And the 40-acre conference is all about cash flow, community, and culture. We do it on MLK and Juneteenth. And we have really kind of pivoted and doubled down on really highlighting entrepreneurs that are doing great things with eloquent awards who Dr. Kelly helped me design some of the most iconic awards, and I'm biased, right? I say the most iconic awards in the industry, but I am biased. And I look forward to having Dr. Kelly at our next one. You see that plug, no cut, just a plug. But that allows us to attract an audience of celebrities and government officials who not only speak and share their knowledge and wisdom at our conference, it also allows us to give out laptops to underserved kids for financial literacy to get them wherever they need to be for the next generation and for whatever they're interested in. So one of the things I'd like to share with you and along this journey is I've wrote a book called AI is the New Underground Railroad, and it has a lot of different elements. I am an artist by trade, not to say that I draw very good or I sing very eloquently, but the creative atmosphere that has been developed in my frontal lobe and my neocortex has been put into this book, and all the experience that I have had and compiled over the last 15 years in enterprise software, in sports, and just living, becoming a father has been compiled in this manifestation guide for the next frontier. A lot of my mentors have poured some of their experiences, and I've extracted that and put it into one pot of gumbo called AI is the Next Underground Railroad. This award that you see on the cover, that's actually a real award that I gave to billionaire Dr. Michael V. Roberts. And these plaques right here are actually our Juneteenth Walk of Fame that I designed with one of my mentors, Sheila Jackson Lee, who unfortunately recently passed away, and Sylvester Turner, which is the former mayor of Houston, who recently, this last weekend, attended his funeral, who passed away as well. We've had, and this is all this year, Miss Tanya DeBose, who actually passed away this year. And this is giving you a little bit of history. A lot of these people have formed not only thoughts, ideas, opinions, certain things to motivate us and to give us discipline to wake up every single day, all in this book. And Miss Tanya DeBose of Independent Tights was a historian here who passed away in January. George Foreman, one of our, if you look at our marquee, our first Juneteenth Hall of Fame, he was part of that, and he passed away over the last few days. So when you look at all of these different things, all of the people that have done phenomenal things, not only for our community, not only for their legacy, for their families, but we want to keep their legacy and we want to have things continue to move on. So this book is just a precursor of how we can take AI and take things to the next level. We started a film festival 2 conferences ago on Juneteenth. Our goal is to do documentaries on all of these different people. And we're looking, if you're watching this, if you're on the other end of the screen, we want to not only honor all of these people, but make the Juneteenth Hall of Fame what it was meant to be. Sheila Jackson Lee, in a speech that she did at her Juneteenth Hall of Fame 2 years ago, and many of us remember when, and we do MLK and Juneteenth, many of you remember because it's played over and over and over, every single MLK. You remember the MLK I Have a Dream speech. And I'm giving you a little bit of history here because it's important. Sheila Jackson Lee did a speech talking about what Juneteenth should be. And it's only been a holiday a few years, and she was one of the pioneers of the legacy of Juneteenth and making it a federal holiday when a lot of people said, look, that journey is too long, that mountain is too high, and the mission is impossible. And I remember being in the back of the room when she made that speech in Black Wall Street, May 31st, 2021. And 6 months later, well, just a few months later, Juneteenth became a federal holiday. You fast forward 3 years later, after that room, and I walked up to her. She probably didn't know that she'd ever see me again. But I said, look, Miss Jackson, you have something that Ms. Jackson, you have something that is truly incredible. I know you're going to get it done, and I would love to partner with you on the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. Fast forward a year later, we were on a rooftop doing the cutting of the ribbon to open the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. And one of the last thing that she signed, she gave us the proclamation for the Juneteenth Walk of Fame, which is a ground similar to the Hollywood Hall of Fame, but for Black entrepreneurs. We have 4 years of honorees. It's going to be the fourth time of honorees that have showcased the grit, the determination, the motivation for their situation and uplifted a lot of entrepreneurs. And we want that to live forever. And on each one of our awards, there's a signer, and she was actually signing that. And she was so excited about the Juneteenth Walk of Fame. And she signed that, and a couple weeks later, she passed away. But a year before that, she did, going back to that speech, and I know I'm jumping around. It's kind of like a Lovecraft Country, if you ever saw that series. But if you look at the speech that she did, I would say, and this was at our ceremony, we rented out a whole theater. That speech was as iconic as the Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech, because many of the things he talked about still lives on today, right? Many of the things that he had a dream about, right? Because we're our ancestors' wildest dreams came to pass. And many of the things in the trials and the tribulations that he spoke of that we would continue to have are still true today. Well, in that speech, Sheila Jackson Lee talked about Juneteenth and what that should be, and how, people go down to New Orleans for a whole month during Essence Festival, and it's a whole celebration. And it's become not only a celebration, but a mecca for entertainment and entrepreneurship. And she said, look, in Houston, Texas, the same thing is going to happen with Juneteenth, and we are going to be at the forefront of entertainment, entrepreneurship. People are going to spend a whole month in June, and the 40-acre conference is going to be at the hub of that. And I was so taken back, right? And she talked about how that would come to pass. And I believed it in my heart and in my spirit. And before we could do what was the impossible, just like Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday, and build a monument for African-American entrepreneurs, she passed away. So what I'm asking each and every one of you to do, if you're looking at this on the other side of the screen, help us continue this narrative. Help us continue to push this ball forward, even though some of just like when Martin Luther King passed away, there's people that picked up the torch, and there's resources that need to be poured in to make sure some of the things that he talked about came to fruition. Well, today, I want to pick up that torch. We are going to continue to pick up that torch. We're going to make Juneteenth happen and be the hub of entertainment and entrepreneurship from a Black entrepreneur standpoint. We are going to build the Juneteenth Walk of Fame. We're going to be the forefront of technology as it is from AI. And I wrote this book, again, not because I'm incredibly brilliant, because I pay attention to those that have come before me, and history tends to repeat itself. So one of the things that you can do with AI, and now talking about something that you can leave with that's tangible. Everybody stay with me, stay awake. I want you to take another sip of your coffee as we go through this next portion and talk through something that you can do today to use AI. Many of you understand, many of you use ChatGPT. So there's an evolution of AI. And if you're not using AI, I'll give you a macro level overview of why you should. AI is moving, and I talk about this in the history chapter in our book. If you look at the Industrial Revolution, it took about 100 years, right? If you look at our people alone, you look at inventions, and I took a trip a field trip, was one of the chaperones to an 1840 plantation of the town of Washington with my daughter, right? It was a field trip, and they showed how they picked cotton, how they farmed it, how there was different slave quarters, showed the big house, right? And then the slave quarters, and then how they did things on the river, how they used to pull things across the river with ferries. But that was so monumental to actually see that. And they farmed 66 million pounds of cotton, right? And it was crazy. It was one of the biggest plantations in the US at that time, right? In the 1840s to the 1860s, to where slavery was abolished. And then that's a whole nother thing. And that was right in the middle of Texas, about 2 hours away from Houston. Thousands of formerly enslaved workers there. But I say that to say, because the Industrial Revolution replaced, and this is so important because you can really wrap things around your mind conceptually. If you look at thousands of workers, and then you look at the invention of the cotton gin and the invention of some of the industrial machines, like the cotton picker, right? It's a big tractor, and what used to take thousands of slaves all that time to farm the cotton, there was a machine that could go through, pick the cotton, de-seed it, separate it, bundle it, right? All those different things. So that was the Industrial Revolution. That took about 100 years to really take things through. Now, if you look at the digital revolution, and I'm putting things in context to kind of let you conceptualize this and how we got to AI. If you look at the digital revolution, look at the 80s and the 90s, when things start to the evolution of the digital revolution and the computer in the 90s, when websites came about, there were people, again, just like before, saying, hey, we've done it this way. It's always going to be this way. This is the way we need to go. But the digital revolution took about 20 or 30 years, to where a computer used to have, if you've ever seen the movie Hidden Figures, all that math and everything used to be done by actual people. And then the computer was able to do that math and able to do it exponentially without errors. And then you get websites. Hey, we used to sell things brick and mortar. And then you look at e-commerce, how things went and came to pass. And there were still people standing on the sidelines saying, you know what, we've always done it this way. We don't need to do it this way. People will continue to come to stores, and they got their lunch ate. Everybody remembers the slide of how Uber disrupted taxis, of how Blockbuster, who had the opportunity to buy Netflix, but they didn't see streaming as the future. They said, hey, people are always going to come in and rip videos, right? iPhone killed a multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 company called Kodak, because they said, oh, look, people are always going to want to come in, develop things. We don't need it. On who had the opportunity to invest in that technology. And over the course of 20 or 30 years, you saw multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 companies fall by the wayside. Well, I'm here to tell you today, and even if you don't do it with me, even if you don't buy our book, even if you don't take advantage of the platforms that we put forth, no, this is something that you can take today. AI is moving 10 times as fast. So instead of 20 or 30 years, In the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to see that same thing happen. You think about all the slave workers that were picking cotton, and a tractor in the Industrial Revolution could do the work of thousands of slaves in a fraction of the time. You think about all the math and all the typing and things that computers and e-commerce, how many customers that you could reach. Now, you think about AI workers that don't get tired, that don't complain, and you can replace literally your whole workforce with AI overnight. 2 to 3 years is what it's going to be, and people will totally change the landscape of their businesses just because they can get to more people faster, expeditiously. So I say that to say something that you can take away today. Many of you have used ChatGPT. Many of you have used Perplexity. Find one thing. And our tagline for our conference and our consulting group is find your place and own it. Find one thing, even if you're not an expert at AI, because if you try to do everything, you're going to try to do nothing, right? Just like the gym. If you tried to work out every single body part and you never worked out a day in your life, you're just going to be overwhelmed at the thought or the possibility of even going through that anguish, and you're not going to do anything. So start with one step. Figure out what you want to do. Figure out who you want to serve, and figure out a niche that you want to own. And then you could type that into AI. So for me, I know AI was a certain niche that I wanted to work in because I had done it for Fortune 500 companies at places like Salesforce. I knew that I wanted to do things and affect and educate the African American community. And then I knew that being my first love, real estate was big, and doing marketing and doing some things around affecting the outcome of acquisition of properties and increasing the value was going to be valuable for a certain subset and a niche of people. So I decided to do AI and really niche down to real estate. Although if you look at my book, there's actually 27 different industries that we highlight and show you not only the investment opportunity, show you where things can be improved, the revenue opportunities, government contracts and grants. And you can find that you just have to pick a niche, pick what you want to do, pick an industry, and then pick who you want to serve. It's an ABC guide. And this is a success guide for you to take through the next level. And then there's assessments at the end and you get a certification. This is not just your normal book. This is a blueprint. What do you pay for a book, right? What do you pay for a blueprint? The way that we price this is somewhere in between, right? It's about $100 to have this blueprint for AI, and it'll take you to the next level. And that's something that you can take away today. You can find me at I am Mr. 40 Acre and the 40 Acre Conference. So last thing, stay with me. Let's take another sip of coffee. Third point, so you know, if you remember, we talked about history, talked a bit about something that you could take away today. And now let's talk about you. Let's talk about the call to action and the mindset. And one of the things that a famous mentor told me is whatever you're looking for is looking for you. For those of you that don't know, that quote is in our book, and it comes from Dr. Eric Kelly, who's also done us the honor and pleasure of writing a foreword for our book. That is so important because you need to figure out what it is that you are actually looking for. We'd like each and every one of you to be part of what we do. I was so blown away. We're putting this tour together. We're going to be going to multiple cities, and we would love for some of you to be a part of that. We're going to do, just came back from DC. We're going to do DC. We're going to do Chicago. We're going to go out to Dr. Kelly in North Carolina. We're going to do New York. We're going to do Chicago. But I was so blown away at the way Fawn Weaver of Uncle Nearest, she created a platform that's very entertaining with what she does with Uncle Nearest. But she has one of the most successful books out there because she created a movement. And Uncle Nearest, if you really dig down into the brand and ask her the questions during her time, and I would love to partner with Uncle Nearest on this as well. Shout out, right, Britton and all them. Come on, let's go. Any Black brands that would like to work with us on this tour, we would love to have you in leading up to the conference and going all the way through. But the way creating an experience is so important because, yes, the book is something, it's a guide that you can, in a blueprint that you can use for AI, but people forget what was said, people forget what was written, but they'll never forget how it made them feel. So as far as a call to action, I'm going to, each and every one of you, you'll see things from me because with AI, if you're watching this video shortly after, you're probably going to get an email from me. You'll probably get a text from me. You'll probably follow our page, and then we will be following you, right? Because like Dr. Kelly says, whatever you're looking for is looking for you. More importantly, when you do that, I'd like you to make a decision. And a decision is not to work with me. A decision is to work with you, right? I want you to ask yourself, am I going to have AI work for me, or am I going to work for AI? Like, whoa, that's deep. Say that again. Am I going to have AI work for me, or am I going to work for AI? I have a book, chapter 2 in my book, that talks about fear. There's so many people in this world that have a dreaded fear, not of public speaking, right? Which is number one, over death. Number 3 now is AI. What is AI going to do? AI is going to take my job. AI is going to eat my kids and take my wife, take my girls, take my kids, take my, right? Unless you get on the other side of it. Are you going to work for AI, or is AI going to work for you? And once you make that decision, forget about all of the nuts and the bolts and how it works and all of the different LLMs and the different nuances and the speeds and the feeds and the bits and the bytes underlying. You have to make a decision first of, am I, say it with me, am I going to work for AI, or is AI going to work for me? Because pretty soon, many of you are going to be answering an AI agent when it asks you a request. Hey, we need X, Y, Z. Now, the other side is many of you are going to have AI work for you and being able to send out AI agents to prospective customers to ask them if they're a good fit, to ask them if they are ready to take the next step, to ask them if they're going to confirm to be at your next workshop, to ask them if they're going to be in attendance at your next tour spot, or you're going to be working for AI and be on the other side of that, just being a spectator and not going to be in the game. You see, many of us, and we attribute it going back to history, because history tends to repeat itself. And I'm wrapping up here. Because we talked about history, we talked about one thing you can leave with, and we talked about a call to action. But history, there was a lot of people when slavery happened, and that's why I said AI is the new Underground Railroad. Every single time we do an award show, we have a theme of a person during Juneteenth that is the silhouette of the award. And one of my favorite historical figures in history is Harriet Tubman, and she built the Underground Railroad, and it was so iconic, the way that she did things, the way that she moved, because Harriet Tubman, she not only built a way in the path because she blazed the trail herself, but she looked back and reached back to a lot of others. And one of her famous quotes is, I helped thousands of slaves escape and find their way to freedom. I could have helped 1 million slaves if they only knew that they were slaves. And if you let that sit in, right? Take a sip. We're finishing up our virtual cup of coffee here together. If you let that really sit in, man, how many of us today will not find freedom because we don't know that there's something that we need to do? We think, hey, we have it good here, right? We get a couple meals, we're at this job, nothing's going to change, not knowing that same job, that same plantation that we're on may be bought by somebody, it may be taken over, and we do not have control of our own destiny. So we have to participate in our own survival, or we're going to be left on the wayside. So there is a way. There's an underground railroad called AI that we need to hop on and find our way. Everybody's path is not going to be the same, but you have to know and you have to make a decision that it is a path. And I need to find my way through AI to freedom, right? And once you make that decision, whatever you're looking for is looking for you. One of the most common misconceptions with AI is, hey, I don't know how to code. I don't know how to when websites first came on, I don't know how to build a website. I don't know how to forget all that. To have a website, most people pay somebody, right, to build it because they know they need a presence, and then they can tell them what they need on it, what they need it to do, and they have their website, right? Many of you are familiar with this, have it work for you. Many of you don't know all the ins and the outs and the nuances and the speeds and the feeds and the bits and the bytes, right, of AI and the prompts. But if you make a decision that, hey, AI is something that I want to participate in, I want to participate in my own survival, I want to find a path to freedom. I do not want to be on that slide that got disrupted, because I know this AI revolution is moving at 2 to 3x what the digital revolution was moving. So I know that I needed a website. I made that decision. I know that I need AI. I don't know everything about it. You can start with a blueprint, and that blueprint will give you something that's even better, which is a community of hundreds of people, which will be thousands of people, which will continue and turn into millions of people that know AI is the next frontier. And then you'll find people that'll help you build out what you need, whether that be agents, whether that be certain models that do specific things for you. And you don't have to know all the little nuances. All you have to know is that you want to do something in that space, and whatever you're looking for is going to be looking for you. So that's my time. My name is Alan Thornton. I hail right now in Houston, Texas. You can find me at 40 Acre Conference. I am Mr. 40 Acre. To recap, we talked a little bit about history. We talked a little bit about what you can do today and gave you a clear call to action. If you remember, you need to make that decision. am I going to work for AI, or is AI going to work? You can find me at I am Mr. 40 Acre. There's a link to my book if that's something that you would like to participate in. There'll be a link to our book tour as well. If you'd like to be a part of that, send us a DM and we will be there. Miss Carrie J.
Yes, Mr. Thornton, such a great wealth of information. I really like the part on where you were saying, are you going to put AI to work for you, or are you going to work for it? AI is slowly becoming I guess, an evolving conversation. And some people are having it and some people aren't.
And if they don't, somebody's going to eat your lunch and you're going to be working for AI.
Yes, because, the way I look at it, I guess 30 years ago, the concept of just even the way information was stored, the data storage, now you can have what took up city blocks in the palm of your hand. That's
So I know, the big data storage, and a gig would take up, right? Now you have 500 gigs, which, like you said, your ancestors' wildest dreams. If you looked at somebody in the 80s and you told them 512 gigs, almost a terabyte, they had a whole room. Computer took up a whole room. All that stuff took up a football field, right?
Yeah. A terabyte would cost a few grand, like $10,000, not $1,000 in the palm of your hand. Yes, the way that things are changing, and then if we do not keep up with, evolution and be mindful of history, and then our thought process and mindset towards history and evolution. It's great information. Can you please just leave how someone could get in contact with you and possibly join the book tour, follow the book tour?
Absolutely. So you can follow me personally. If you look at my name, Alan Thornton, you can find me on LinkedIn very easily. That's our biggest platform. We post all of our events. We post all of our tours there. If you look at I am Mr. 40 Acre on Instagram, or the 40 Acre Conference, all of our information is on there. You'll find it to our link tour as well. If you look at, if you text 40acre.mlk, you can find everything, or 40acre.ai book to 21,000, 40acre. Juneteenth, 40acre. Anything that I said today to 21,000, you'll get a text message to but once you're in our world, you ain't gonna get out, Miss Carrie J.
So once you in, huh?
There's no coming out. So
it's a whole ecosystem.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on a lot of information. I look forward to really going to see and doing some things with Dr. Kelly in North Carolina and across the country with each and every one of you.
Yes, definitely. And when is the next actual date that you have that you're doing your book signing at?
So the next date started this Sunday. We have something happening. We're doing a fashion and brunch meetup. I'll be signing book things there. I'll be doing things in Atlanta on the 2nd. But the 2nd of April. So you can go all the way through it and find us, and we'll be there. If you want, pre-order your things, because I only have so many books that I physically have. And if you want to make sure you have a copy, I can get it. We'll ship it to you. And then when I get to your city, I'll actually bring it and I'll physically sign it for you.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Thornton, again. And genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at the www.theblackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete, give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was the Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs And to do so, we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith. The NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of Uertis e Decus. It is a business growth consulting practice that helps you double your profits in less than 12 months. I'm also your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next guest today is Mr. Jimmy Davis. Jimmy Davis is the founder of Every.Black, an organization on a mission to assist, educate, and inspire people to create wealth through entrepreneurship by leveraging technology like ChatGPT and AI and global networking strategies. He believes closing the economic gap requires embracing both entrepreneurship and technology. And through computer classes.black, entrepreneurs learn essential skills, including AI, digital marketing, podcasting, and much more, with ongoing support and flexible classes. Additionally, Jimmy co-founded the Black AI Consortium to empower the global African diaspora through AI innovation. He also hosts the Black AI Consortium podcast and leads the Every.Black Entrepreneur Podcast Network. So help me welcome, and I present to you, Mr. Jimmy Davies.
Hello there. How are you?
Good day. Good day. How are you?
I'm doing well, and thank you. And thank the Black Business Network for having me on today. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, and it's been a while. It's been a couple months since I've spoken with you. I know you've been on the podcast of the network since then, but I haven't seen you in a couple months, so it's good to see you again. Hope the year has gotten off to a bang for you.
Absolutely, and same likewise. Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're going to do a fireside chat today, so I wanted to kind of jump into things as quickly as we could so we can cover a lot of ground. I know last time we left folks hanging because there was so much stuff that we were, talking about, and you were giving such gems and nuggets. I want to try and get into that as fast as possible. So for the folks who aren't familiar with you, give a brief background on how you got into technology, because I think it's an interesting story for folks to understand in terms, well, I'll let you tell it. So how did you get into technology?
Sure. Well, actually, I started quite a while ago. Coming out of college, I began working for the Social Security Administration, and I discovered early on that I really didn't like working for someone else. So I started trying different businesses, trying different things. Sold T-shirts for a while. I sold hot dogs at the county fair. I had a little lunch barn. I had real estate, got a real estate license and a couple of janitorial services. but a friend introduced me to a Macintosh computer, and I knew immediately that I needed to get into the technology, into the computer thing. And so that was a ways back. Like I said, that was back in 1987, late 87. And in January of 1988, I started a company by the name of McMaster's Computer Training Service, where I was offering computer training to others. I just learned it myself, taught myself how to use the technology. I tell people I had two problems though when I first started. One, I didn't have a computer and I didn't know how to use one, but I could afford the books, and I would buy the books and I would read the books, and I learned on my clients' computers. Is actually how I actually learned. But that quickly grew into a business where I was training people we were servicing 12 states, 40 cities and 12 states. And I say we had to hire other instructors by that time. And so we were just learning all types of software and teaching others how to use things like Microsoft Word and PowerPoint, Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, you name it. If it was on a computer, we were teaching people how to use it, how to use Macintosh software. And that's kind of how I got into it. Just had a passion for it and a knack for it, and just made a life of, I got a lifelong career out of working with technology.
What was it about computers specifically and technology in general that kind of inspired you and it kind of excited you? You know, you're saying you're passionate about it. What about that area, that industry, that segment? Gets your juices flowing.
Well, I think a couple of things. I knew immediately that computers were going to be a big thing because it changed communication. If you think about it, now with the computer, anyone can be the source of a message. It didn't matter where you were. It didn't matter your age, your gender, race. It just didn't matter. You can literally publish information and receive information anywhere around the world. It also allows people to network, to connect with other people from around the world. So I realized that immediately, that it is a game changer in the face of communication. And I look back on, I'll put it this way, I always thought, why did the civil rights movement happen during the 1960s? And my theory is that it happened during the 60s because communication changed, where people were able to see on TV and hear on the radio what was going on as far as segregation and able to react to it. And so I thought the same thing would happen with the internet. And sure enough, here comes Barack Obama using the internet to actually become president of the United States, to raising the hundreds of millions of dollars needed to become president. So I just always believed that the technology was a game changer in the communication, and that it would affect every facet of our lives. And it has done actually even greater than I even imagined. But I just saw it immediately and knew I needed to get in on that. So,
but what I love about your story too is really two things. One, the fact that you let your passions drive all your actions and behavior. But two, how you didn't allow, or let me say it in the positive, that you use those passions to seek the things that you needed to be successful in it. So you said, hey, that wasn't what your degrees were in, et cetera. And you had to teach yourself, and you had to, you didn't have the money to buy a computer. So you bought what you could. You bought a book about computers, et cetera, and learned on other folks' equipment. So I think that is, an exciting piece of what you talk about. And I think about what makes you successful. And so elaborate a little bit more on that in terms of how those individual skills for you, those qualities and characteristics in you have helped you be more successful, in what you're doing and the things that you've put in place.
Well, I think a couple of things. I have to go back to the way we were brought up. So I have a sibling, my sister and I, and our parents always told us two things. One, get an education, because an education is something no one can ever take away from you.
Right.
But the other is that you can achieve anything that you want, anything you can imagine, if you're willing to put in the work. No limitations. So if there's a will, then there's a way. And growing up, I believe that, and I've found it to be true. And we always hear of stories all the time of people literally starting with little or nothing and becoming extremely successful because they had that vision and that drive. It doesn't matter where you start. It just matters in what direction are you moving. Are you moving toward achieving that goal? And if you actually take action, whatever that dream of yours might be, if you take action, you'll find that the universe starts to conform to what you need and to help you get there. I just look at it as, you have to take that step out on faith, and God will meet you there, even though you may not see how you're going to get there. But if you just take that step, take action, then things will begin to happen that you don't foresee to help you get to your destination. So I truly believe that, and it's been proven true in my life. And I can tell you a number of others that they could probably tell you the exact same thing. So I tell people, act on it. If you have a dream or a passion, give it a try, go for it, act on it, and just watch the world conform to your dreams and help you achieve your goals.
Right. Now, a lot of folks look at the segment or industry of technology and whatever we see today that, they think, oh, that's it. We can't do any more. Talk about some of the biggest trends that you see currently, kind of shaping the industry, molding the industry, determining what the future is going to be.
Well, actually, I can remember at one time many years ago, I even thought, what else can they possibly come out with, right? And then I quickly learned that the technology field it's ever evolving. It's always evolving. Someone may take one idea and look at it a little differently and create something all new that no one else thought of. And of course, the biggest thing right now, today, in my opinion, has to be artificial intelligence, AI, which has only been out, several years now. I should say generative artificial intelligence has been out for several years, because there's been different forms of artificial intelligence out in the past, many years before, but such as ChatGPT or Gemini or some of these Perplexity, some of these AI applications that are literally changing the world right now. So I think that definitely is the biggest thing. And I tell people, we can't be afraid of it. It's not going away. And the biggest thing that it saves is time. You can create content in a matter of seconds that may take you days or weeks or months to create otherwise. So I say that definitely the biggest thing right now is learning how to use artificial intelligence for whatever business you may be in. You can't avoid it today, and you don't want to avoid it. So,
okay. Talk about given where you see the trends going, and AI as being a kind of a big impetus for change going forward. Talk about the skills that you think individuals need to have to be able to navigate those waters.
Well, no matter your skill level, just start. It doesn't matter where you are, just begin where you are. You don't have to learn all the different technologies out there. Try one and become familiar with one. And then as you become familiar with that one, you'll realize that maybe you're looking for something that does something a little different. And you can, do a little research and find something else. But start with one. But as far as the trend, I think the biggest trend is just really beginning is going to be the combination of AI and robotics, artificial intelligence and robotics, where actually robots will be able to think in a matter and make decisions and act instead of just being pre-programmed to do something. Ironically, I actually just gave a presentation at a pet conference, right, on artificial intelligence. And you would think, like, what in the world is a pet conference? Why would they be interested in artificial intelligence? Well, it turns out AI is transforming the pet industry. And for example, some of the things that they've got now are artificial intelligent toys for pets. And they've got or AI pets themselves, where they actually the pets will learn from the owners of the AI pets, and they become emotionally attached to these AI pets. They've got AI pet feeders and litter boxes, and it's really transforming the entire pet industry. And that, I mean, that's just one example. That can apply to any industry. But I was surprised, when they were looking for someone to show them how AI works and how it's being used in their particular industry. And so I was honored to be able to do that for them.
I can understand the AI for the support services activities for the pet. The AI pet, it's like, okay, does it really love you, or is it just manipulating you to think that it loves you?
That's a good question, but it actually then they've got oh gosh, I saw an AI bone for your dog. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. And what happens with the AI pets, they actually you can teach them just as you would teach a real pet, and they begin to recognize their owner. I know it's crazy, but it's actually out there. So, and again, that's just one example of one industry. So it doesn't matter what industry you're in or our listeners are in, they really need to be aware of what's going on with artificial intelligence in your particular industry.
Talk about something that you worked on that really challenged you. Maybe it was the most challenging thing that you had that led to the biggest growth and achievements in your career.
Oh, I think there's a period when I was developing databases for companies, all types of databases. And probably the largest one I created was a database for a spine surgeon in the North Carolina area. He wanted a database to help manage his practice, but also a database that would control or where he could use to manage the surgeries that he did on spine surgeries. And it had to make sure that a number of criteria were met before any surgeries were conducted. It had, oh my gosh, I lost track of how many things it had to check out to make sure they were in place, make sure that the x-rays were the right x-rays for the right patient, and that there was nothing detected on the x-rays. So I think that was probably it was the biggest project that I personally worked on and created. Worked on that particular project for 6 years, developing a database that managed his practice everywhere from appointments to follow-ups to surgeries and everything in between. But I think also that particular job, again, helped me realize how important it is for every business to automate, for every business to look at technology. And again, of course, now, like I said, it's AI, but every business to look at technology, how to become more efficient, how to become ultimately more profitable in your business by creating systems to automate a lot of the routine tasks that you do, or in that case with the surgeries, to make sure that things were double checked and triple checked to make sure they're accurate, timely, that type of thing. So I think that was the largest single project that I worked on.
Let's talk about maybe the reverse too, because often people want to gloss over some of the tougher moments that they've had. So talk about something that didn't turn out the way that you initially wanted it to, whether you consider that a failure or just a setback or whatever. Talk about one of those moments, one of those projects, one of those activities that you had to deal with, and talk about what it taught you and how you've used that knowledge or that gain of information since.
Well, I don't really look at them as setbacks when things don't work out. I look at them as learning experiences.
Hmm.
So either I have accomplishments or learning experiences, but no setbacks. But one of the learning experiences that I had this idea, this is before I got into computers, to start a professional waiters academy. Like I said, I tried a number of businesses before. A friend introduced me to a Macintosh computer. And the Professional Waiters Academy, well, it was to improve the service that waiters and waitresses give at restaurants, where I'd go in and talk to the restaurant owner and say, we'd like to train your staff on how to provide a good service, good customer service. Everyone, and I worked on that for about a year. Everyone thought it was a great idea. I had arranged for a lady that had been in the restaurant business for decades, and she was very good. She agreed to be my instructor. I had another restaurant that would let us use their facility for training the people. Everyone thought it was a great idea, but no one wanted to pay for it. And so the lesson was it can be a great idea, but it also has to be marketable, something that people are willing to pay for to obtain the service. And so that was the lesson that, like I said, the lesson I learned. A great idea, yes. A need, yes. I believe there's a need. Willing to pay for it. I wasn't able to find anyone willing to pay for the service of having their waiters and waitresses trained. So
Well, that's an interesting point that folks often, and working as a business growth, coach, consultant, advisor, I see it a lot. That it's how do you monetize? How do you quantify the value that you're bringing? And if they either don't see it or you don't illustrate it, that in a way that they say, oh, that's a luxury. It's a luxury item. I would love to have that if I had endless amount of money, but that's not necessary, blah, 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 blah. And so something like that, they might say, well, they're going to get service either way. How's that bringing me money? Where you're showing them that, look, here's the increase in service that you're going to get, and here's the value that increased service does in check average or whatever. So that is and again, for folks out there, regardless of your business, every business, every industry has to do that same thing. To your point, Mr. Davies, that
and I agree. I agree with you. And I think at that time, that was many years ago, if I had really been passionate about it, and I think that was another key. I really wasn't passionate about that. I just thought it was a good idea and trying to make some money, at the time. Whereas with the computer thing, I was just literally passionate about it and loved it. So I think if I had marketed it differently, like say to show the benefit to the restaurant owners, then maybe it made it. So I think you're absolutely right. For any business, you've got to be able to. Yeah, okay.
So with that business, talk about some of the feedback you got from your clients, your customers in that, and how did you adjust, your behavior, your company's, activities, or what you provided in dealing with that?
Well, in that particular case with the Professional Waiters Academy, there were no customers because, like I said, no one willing to pay for it. But I will fast forward to the computer training service that I provided.
Okay.
Because what I did do is once we got into different companies that wanted training, new applications were coming up all the time. And for example, I remember for a while there, I realized I was getting a large demand for Photoshop training. And so I realized I need to address that because that's money that's being left on the table. I'm not providing Photoshop training in the beginning. So that was a book, another book that I need to purchase and learn myself. And also I hired a Photoshop instructor so we could provide Photoshop training. The bottom line is you have to adapt to the customer's needs, whatever they might be. And they will change. The industry, every industry is going to change over time. So you have to be aware of what is needed right now. And if you can predict the trends, that's even better. So you can prepare for what's coming next. But you've got to be aware of that maybe some things that they want today, they don't want tomorrow. and some things that they're not using today, maybe they will be using tomorrow. And how can you service them with their future needs? So in several cases, that was one Photoshop. Another program that they requested was called I Think, like EYE and Think. And it was a mathematical modeling program. And I had never trained on it before, but I got it and we learned it, and we provided the training because that's what the customer needed. So I think you just have to be able to adapt and be aware of the needs of your clients and how can you service them as things change.
Well, talk a little bit about how because you talked about trends and being aware of trends, et cetera, with where the industry is going. How do you stay ahead of your competition? Or what are some things that you would advise others out there from a technology standpoint and from a business, leadership perspective that they should be doing, that they should have in place to stay ahead of the competition?
Well, one of the things that I would do is attend tech conferences all the time. I would attend annual tech conferences. Macworld was one. FileMaker is a database conference that's actually held each year. Because when you go to these conferences, you get a clue. Well, two things. One, you find out what others are doing. So maybe sometimes your competitors, you find out what they're doing, but also the companies that are providing the software, in this case, technology software. You see how it's being used or what's coming down the pike, so you can start to implement some of those things where you can see your customers or clients need. So you have to constantly be aware of that, especially in the computer field or technology field, because it changes so fast. And now, though, with the internet, and there's Facebook groups or LinkedIn groups, all types of groups you can be a part of to stay abreast of changes in your industry, and just getting a book and reading as well. They say readers are leaders, so we have to use all of the above. You have to constantly learn. I guess what it boils down to. You have to be constantly learning. Lifelong learners to really stay abreast of what's going on and whatever it is you're doing, whether it's conferences or online groups or face-to-face groups that maybe are in your locality, or just subscribing to magazines that address the things that you're doing, and just reading books that address the things you're doing as well. So.
We're running out of time, so I'm going to try and sneak in a couple more questions before we completely run out of time.
Okay.
Talk a little bit about your advice to folks out there who are interested in, going from working for someone to being an entrepreneur, a solo practitioner, having their own business, etc. What would your biggest advice be to them as to what they need to do beforehand and what they need to think about kind of as they go through the journey?
Well, whatever it is they want to do, find someone that's already doing it or something similar, and just invite them to lunch. Pick their brain, learn from the things that they've done. And then the other thing is you've got to network with a group like Every.Black. That's what Every.Black is about. We're a networking group for entrepreneurs. No single solo entrepreneur is going to make it on their own. You need to have your network, your tribe, however you want to put it. And so one of the things that we do at Every.Black is we meet each week on Zoom with our weekly mastermind meetings to network, but also to learn from the experts. We'll have different speakers in each week. And then we even read about entrepreneurship and share that. And then with Every.Black also, once people actually join, they're listed on our website we help to promote them through our email blast and through our social media and through our mastermind meetings. And so that's one of the things I would say, just to take someone out to lunch that's doing what you already want to do, get to know them, and then network with like-minded individuals. And for people that are wanting to be entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs, that's what we're about with Every.Black. And you can register at www.every.black, every.black, or just reach out to me at Jimmy@every.black, JIMMY@every.black. Say no .net, .com, .black is the new .com is our slogan. So I thought I'd throw in that little plug there when you asked the question.
Don't worry, I'll give you another chance to do it as well. So we appreciate you being on here, and so anything we can do to help folks come your way. And to that point, maybe talk a little more about why folks should be engaged with Every Black. You do the technology
absolutely.
training. So what is it that they would get as a benefit or value of being involved with your organization?
Well, not only the networking, and you literally will meet people from around the world, where we meet each week. We meet virtually. So we literally get people from all over the world, and that's no exaggeration. We also have expert speakers from all over the world. But because my background also is in the computer field as teaching people how to use technology, we offer classes, online classes on a regular basis on how to use technology in your business. For example, the AI, we've done several AI sessions, and we even have an AI study group every Saturday morning now at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time that we've started. And we also have a study, we call it the virtual study hall, where every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., we just get online and work on our businesses. So if you're a solo entrepreneur and you're doing it all on your own, you don't have to. You can just join our group as a member, and every Monday through Friday, get on from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. or whatever time is convenient for you. And we just open up our Zoom line so people can see each other work. We greet each other good morning, but then we work on our businesses and dedicate that time each Monday through Friday.
Okay. Now, do either you or Every Black have something big coming up, changing in your business model or what you're going to be offering?
Well, a couple things. We have quite a few members, and so we've got a number of members in the health-related field. So we've got an upcoming health summit, and we do that annually. And again, you can register for that at Every Black, www.every.black on our computer or our Eventbrite page. And then we're also planning a online tech conference before the end of the year. So we're going to be doing that annually as well. So the health summit is coming up in March, and then we do it each spring. And then we're going to be announcing a tech summit before the end of the year as well.
Great. That sounds exciting. Talk, maybe the last question. Talk about one of my favorite ones, your younger self. And I know you're only mid-20s, so
not well, 20 times.
but talk, give a little idea to the folks out there. If you were talking to your younger self, knowing what you know now, what you've been through, what you've learned, etc., what would you tell them? And hopefully the people out there will be listening, because it's going to be relevant for them as well as it would be relevant for your younger self. So go ahead.
Well, I think realizing that you can't do it all yourself, that you need to develop a team. You can't be an expert at everything. Be an expert at what you do best, but reach out to that consultant, reach out to that mentor, get a mentor that's done it before. Get someone maybe help you with your marketing and branding if that's not what you're best at. It's also important to get someone who will help you with your bookkeeping. Make sure that's up to date and your taxes are paid. That's important. So you can't do it all yourself. So develop a team that understand what you're doing and let them use their expertise in the fields that they're good at, so that it frees you up for the time that you can devote to the things that you're best at. So I think that would be the biggest thing, is to develop a team early on. I tried to do it all myself, and it'll burn you out. So develop a team. It'll be less stress, and end result, you'll have a better product as well.
Amen to that. And I'm sure there's quite a few folks out there like you and I who tried doing it all and found out, the hard way pretty quickly.
Exactly.
That's not going to work. So I'm going to give you another chance. We're going to have to close it out, but another chance to talk to folks about how they can get.
Well, I think the big thing you want to do is join us at Every.Black, www.every.black. We meet every Monday for a mastermind group. You can reach out to me at Jimmy at Every.Black. We also have expert speakers on each week that will bring expertise in different fields. We can network with us. We have training classes that are ongoing on different technology things. And again, it's just www.every.black. All of our links are there. Or Jimmy at Every.Black is where you can reach me, JIMMY at Every.Black. And the number is 919-265-8045. That's 919-265-8045.
All right. Well, Mr. Davies, again, it's been a pleasure having you here and talking with you. Look forward to the next opportunity to meet with you and learn more about what you're doing in the technology field and to hear more what's going on with Every.Black. But until then, remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Have a great day. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, so you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App and use the account that should be rolling on the screen. $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And so if you're a student, you can register online at that same site, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to thank the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. More programming coming up. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop, or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Luxury is not about how much you spend. It's about how a space or a moment makes you feel. The point is, elevated living is not about spending more money. It's about being intentional with the items you already have. Hi, welcome to Elevated Living Masterclass. I'm Jeannie Jacobs, and I'm so excited to take you along this journey with me. Now, let's talk about this. Over the next 8 weeks, we're going to completely transform how you approach your home, your hosting, and your lifestyle. So we're going to do it all, I promise.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of Uertis Edecus, which stands for Excellence and Distinction. We are a business growth practice where we use the concept of small change to big things to double our clients' profits, usually in 12 months or less. I'm also your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. For this next session, our guest will be Jeannie Jacobs. Jeannie is a lifestyle influencer, luxury realtor, devoted wife, proud mother of two, and a former OBGYN who made the bold decision to step away from medicine on her own terms. She thrives in embracing change, pushing boundaries, seeking joy, wonder, and the substance in life. Through her brand, Just Jeannie, she empowers others to cultivate personal evolution, to challenge the status quo, and to live life on their own terms. She's passionate about cooking, DIY, interior design, and travel. And Jeannie balances luxury with practicality, offering a rich and inspiring journey of self-discovery and transformation. Please help me welcome Ms. Jeannie Jacobs.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
Good, good, good. Where are you calling in from or joining in from?
I'm joining in from Houston.
Houston, Texas. I've got cousins and a couple friends from Houston. So are you from there originally?
I am not. I am originally from Columbia, South Carolina. That's home.
No way. I grew up in, okay, for those folks who are in South Kakalaki. I grew up, my dad's military. So we were stationed at Shar Air Force Base in Sumter, South Carolina.
Yes.
Just about 40 minutes, what is that, southeast of Columbia. So
correct.
Know it well. And your Lady Gamecocks are making the state both famous and proud.
Yes, they are. That's amazing. Very proud to see that.
All right. Well, you came not to talk about Lady Gamecocks, although we could talk about that for quite a while. Wanted to get into a lot of conversation. We're going to do a fireside chat. So your background is amazing, tremendous, and I think folks will find it very inspiring, some of the decisions you made and why you make them and how you live your life and what you try to guide others through. So I want to jump into that. So first, everyone's probably, after me talking about your bio, says she was a doctor and she does what? So talk about your decision to step away from being a doctor, an OBGYN. What prompted that? And what lessons did you learn from that you would like others to know?
Well, 20 years of being an OB-GYN, that was what I did. That was my profession. I'm still a doctor, always will be, have the degree. But, medicine has become very difficult to practice. It's corporatized. There's a lot going on there. It's not enough time for me to be me, to actually be the wife, the mom, the daughter, and all the other hats that I wore. My husband is also in medicine. We were just blessed with some opportunities. And one day at work during COVID, I had to deal with a patient who was pregnant, dying from COVID, who tried to physically harm me and infect me and the staff with COVID. And something snapped. I said, hey, this is it. I'm done. And I stood up and I walked out the hospital and I did not look back. I still haven't looked back. And since then, I've been able to live my life with purpose, with intention. And what I'm doing on social media, I hope it inspires other people to be able to do the same thing. Maybe not completely quit your job, but live your life with a focus, with a purpose, with intention, and just create something that is truly your own, that inspires other people to do the same. So it's kind of like keeps going and going. So what I have learned that don't doubt yourself. You have skill sets. Even though I have been a physician in this formal environment, I was able to pivot and become more creative and tap into other resources and skills that I totally forgot I had, that I grew up with, that I learned living in South Carolina, that I experienced as a kid. Those things are always a part of you. You have to let your light shine and don't let other people dim it. It is there. It's brewing. Step up to it and let it shine. Fulfill your purpose.
Well, I love the comment you made too about, or kind of referred to, intentionality. So talk about that. Acting with intentionality, living with intentionality, and why you feel that is so important for success as well as for satisfaction.
Well, living with intention is very important. You just cannot wing it in life. You need to find that focus. You need to decide what it is that you want. What do you want your life to look like? And do the things you need to do to get to that point. Because nothing happens, haphazardly. And I think a lot of times why people aren't where they want to be or feel that they are left behind is because they didn't act on intention. They didn't take the skills they have and work them or pivot with them and move forward.
Interesting. So you mentioned that you left medicine and started, kind of working through social media platforms, et cetera. Talk a little bit about what it is you do in terms of your social media activities, business, work, and what inspired you to get into that space, going from medicine to get specifically into social media.
Well, I wanted to show people that you can live with intention and you can pivot in life. And so I have used platforms like Instagram, Pinterest, and YouTube to tell visual stories, beautiful stories. But I want those stories to be meaningful, to have value for people. For instance, like Pinterest is great and is perfect for evergreen inspirational content. So things that I do in my home, things that I do in life, things that I find that are value, I'm able to project that on Pinterest and people are loving it. They like it, they save it, and they're using that in their lives to make their lives better. Instagram allows me to show like all these beautiful stories, to share my stories. And YouTube, which I'm loving right now, is I'm able to give tutorials. I go deeper into what I'm doing, show people the why, the how, the steps to whatever it is they want to be their end result as. So I let intention guide my platform use. I don't really focus on trends. Trends come and go, but I want evergreen, valuable tidbits that people can actually use to improve their lives. Like in the next few days, I have on YouTube an 8-week course, and it's called Intentional Living, based elevated living, where I'm able to show people how to do certain things to elevate their life, to make their lives better, to make it more inspirational, to make them feel and look good in life.
So from your various platforms, talk about your strategies on each one of them relative. You talked a little bit about the content piece. Talk about the business side of it, the monetization, or the client acquisition or customer acquisition piece of it. What are your strategies there, and what do you think folks should know or understand about that to use those platforms effectively?
Well, the first thing is I let my community be my compass. The stories or whatever it is that I decide to present, I want to make sure it educates, inspires, and brings joy. That's the big point, part of it. Forget the algorithm. Find the content that your community really resonates with. Once you do that, you'll be able to be authentic with it. You'll be able to present yourself, your true self, and what is really behind the scenes. And your community will gravitate to it. And as a result, brands start to see that. Other creators start to see that. And that allows you to become a brand ambassador or partner with other brands and bring additional value to your content, such as discounts to your viewers, or special access to products, or early access to things, early access to information, all those things that bring value, and also team up with other collaborators or creators out there to get your message even propagated further. So it takes time, but the key is you have to make sure your content aligns with your community and is very authentic, and make people feel that they are a part of your content, not just watching, but really make them feel that they're interactive. So it's very important that you try to make sure that your followers or your viewers feel a part of your community. And I've been able to, access that way or do that better over the last year or so with private communities where people can actually talk to me one-on-one about what's going on. This is a project they have started in my house because they got in their homes because they got inspired by a fireplace mantle that I created, and this is theirs, and they'll show it to me, and I'm like, yay, this is great. Those things are important. That real sense of I belong, I'm part of this community, I'm interactive, she is there, I understand her, she's relatable. That's what I'm hearing from my community. And I think people need to keep that in mind when they're on social media and trying to quote unquote monetize. Sure, making money is important to keep these things going, but that shouldn't be you shouldn't see your followers as dollar signs, basically.
Yeah, as a business growth advisor, coach, Imagineer, one of the things I tell folks, first thing they need to do is to really, one, identify who their target market is, point that you're making, and what is it that they want. They either want to get rid of a problem or they want to, gain a benefit. How are you identifying that and kind of understanding who they are and how those things kind of manifest themselves? So to your point, that you can build community, that you can, invite them in, give them solutions to that. And then everything else comes from there. Everything else comes from there. Exactly. You mentioned something about using the information from your community I think you use the phrase letting them guide you. So talk about how you incorporate feedback from your community, your audience, those who are following you, into your ultimate social media strategy and approach.
Well, what I do, I check my DMs, look at comments. I look at what posts that I make that are, have huge viewers, or the ones that are shared a lot or saved. So I look at those elements. What made those, those content pieces really resonate with people? And when I do, I try to duplicate it or take it to the next level or go deeper into that particular topic. It really depends on what that situation is. Mm-hmm. I stay away from trends. Of course, I like fashion, whatever. Every now and then I'll pop that up, but I try to stay away from trends because, again, I want people to take what I'm putting out there, use it in their lives, make sure it's evergreen to them, live with intention so they can continue to grow, to transform, to get better, to be who they really want to be. And that is the really big goal for me.
So for folks that may not be as familiar, define what you mean by evergreen and what you mean by trends. So when you say I stay away from trends, what does that mean? What kinds of things would be considered trends versus what kinds of things would be evergreen?
Okay, evergreen things are basic things like how to host your guests, how to welcome your guests, how to set a table, how to decorate your living room, how to make seasonal changes in your home. Trends are like, oh, this is the latest pair of jeans that I see on TV, so I'm going to put them on and advertise that. Or this is the latest makeup trend. This is the latest hairstyle. I'm looking for things that can be used over and over again for years. Mm-hmm. Be passed on to, like for me, I have a daughter. I want those things to be passed on to her, the knowledge, how to maintain your home, how to make a spectacular dish for Mother's Day brunch, things that they will always have, they will carry on.
Right. Okay. Talk a little bit about content. So content is king on social media platform. Talk about kind of the things that you look at, kind of the checklist that you might, use, or the approach or process that you might use when you're planning on what content to create and how to distribute it?
Well, first of all, I look at, again, what my audience is telling me. And I check out, again, the DMs. I look at the click-through rates on my website, because I have lots of blogs on my website, and see what is resonating with people. I live my life. I don't change who I am. What you see is what you see on social media. I'm in the kitchen, I'm burning up something, it happens. The cake doesn't turn out, it happens. And I take that information and I say, hey, let's create a storyboard. Let's create a mood board. And I come up with the content from what I see and what I hear. And I put it out there, and I choose the platform based on what it is. Like for Pinterest, if it's a DIY, I will put it on Pinterest. And I'll probably do a long version on YouTube, really showing the details of how to create a beautiful fireplace mantle for the fall. If it's something that's really quick to me, like I went to Trader Joe's today, here are the flowers, and we're going to create this floral arrangement, that will probably be on Instagram, because that's something that's very beautiful. It's visual, it's quick, something that someone can digest during their lunch and take it and use it later. So, I kind of pick and choose the platform based on the type of content I'm putting out. For YouTube, I'll do more tutorials. Like I'm doing my 8-week, elevated living course. That's going to be a tutorial for 8 weeks that you can chime in every week at the same day, on the same day, same time, and see exactly what I'm doing and take away teachable nuggets. You'll get worksheets and all these different things. So I can really get in depth with those type of things on YouTube.
Cool. You were talking about kind of being authentic. And there are some folks who will, I will say, confuse authenticity with sloppiness. I'm just keeping it real. No. So talk about the distinction that you make between, or maybe the balance that you look at from being authentic, but also being polished in what you're delivering and distributing.
Okay, well, let's talk about being polished. A lot of people think if you're polished, you're perfect. That's not the case. Right. You can still be authentically you, but you need to kind of, I guess, moderate it. Sure, there'll be times you may want to get on there with your hair messed up. Okay, that may be fine, but you have to look at the context of what you're doing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Me, it's not about perfection. I'm going to present myself as my authentic self. And this is typically who I am. And I'm going to proceed in that manner, and what is going to be comfortable to me and to my viewers. For instance, like I love pound cakes. I use my grandmother's pound cake recipe, and the cake, guess what? Stuck in the pan. I was filming, turned the cake upside down. Guess what happened? It broke apart, right? It was beating. And, most people would say, okay, you can't show that. No, we're going to show that because that is a real life phenomenon for people who are going to bake that cake. It is going to happen to you. So what I did, I just took a spin on it. I said, hey, this is what happened. Don't you see this? But we're going to make this still a really good cake because it tastes great. I showed them how to put the cake back together with icing and decorate it. No one ever knew from that point. To me, that is polished. It is authentic.
Right.
I took a spin on it and just kept it real for who I am and what I knew that was comfortable for my audience and for me.
Right. That's a great story and a great example of that too. So you got into the social media kind of heavy, you said, when you left medicine during the pandemic. Talk about some of the biggest lessons you've learned about social media. And the effective use of it, and what are the trends that you see coming up that you think will be exciting and important for people to embrace?
The first thing I learned: put out there what you want people to know. Don't put all your business out there. Okay, you got to have your personal life. Okay, you won't. Every now and then you may see my children, but my children are not going to be the focus of my content. Because I think that's very important to keep certain aspect of your life private and for you and your family, because you don't want to be, I guess, a social media pawn out there.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the biggest trends, what I am enjoying now, people are getting into tutorials. I am a physician. That has been my whole profession. I have talked to people, taught residents. And so this is a great opportunity to really teach people what I know and what I see, and be more and more impactful and more inspirational. I love the live sessions that we're seeing, like on TikTok and different platforms, when you get on live and you can instantly start talking to your followers and showing them things real life. I love interactive quizzes and polls. I think those are great. That keeps engagement going. And it also helps me. I see what people are saying. I hear you. I can connect better with you, and I could take that information and create more content from it, or create content I didn't even think that was of value. I said, oh, they can't be interested in that. But yeah, they really are. Who would ever thought? And I like these community platforms. Circle, which I'm using right now for my 8-week course. I love these community platforms where people can actually sign up. It's private, and you can actually interact with your viewers, talk to them real time, really provide good feedback, and they can give you feedback as well as a creative. I think that is great. I love those chat spaces, and you get to know people better, and they get to know you. That's the whole thing. Really, connections. Connections are really big right now.
Okay. All right. So to that point, how do you measure success with social media? What are the metrics you look at, use, et cetera? And what are some of the mistakes that you see people making relative to using the wrong metrics, or using no metrics, in terms of their activities on social media?
Okay, let's start with a mistake. And I made this mistake. When I stopped medicine, all the social media stuff just came about. I mean, I started off with 7,000 followers. It wasn't intentional for me to become what I am today. I had no idea. But I didn't follow metrics. I was just like, whatever, I'll just post. I didn't follow the metrics. I didn't really follow what people were saying or doing. I just did stuff. So again, the big mistake is not being intentional in what you're doing. Focus on what is your purpose. Why are you on social media? What is your intention for your viewers? That's the biggest mistake that people make. They just think you just pick up your phone, film, and it's done. So be intentional, focus on what your goal is, be intentional. That is the big mistake people leave out. As far as metrics, what I look at, I have a website that is growing. It is justjeanniejacobs.com. On that website, I have so many blogs. I have written over 100 blogs, which I enjoy, on things that just was in my head that people are enjoying. So I look at the click-through rate. I look at what blogs people are looking at. I also look at my metrics on Pinterest and see what people on Pinterest are pinning and why they're pinning. I also look at my social media posts. I look at, different videos and see what went viral. That's very important. Why did that video go viral? I try to figure that out. I look at the number of saves. I look at the number of shares, and I definitely look at comments. So you really have to look at all your numbers to figure out how to move the ball as far as social media, how to make your platform go to the next level. And that's how I was able to grow.
So talk about maybe one of the posts or series of posts that you used with social media that the results completely surprised you. And you can take that from they completely surprised you from the positive side, or that they completely surprised you from the negative side. But talk about one of those, and what you learned from that.
I mean, what surprised me was basically home organization and cleaning. Okay. I'm from South Carolina. We had to clean the house all the time. That is no big deal. Right. My daughter said, Mom, why don't you show these people how you're cleaning your shower? And I was like, whatever. So I just did it for fun. And that particular reel went crazy. So that really surprised me. And it made me realize that a lot of people don't know how to clean a shower or never thought to do certain things that I was doing to clean the shower, and questions were, what kind of cleaner are you using? Why did you use that cleaner? I see you fix the trim on your shower. I didn't know you could do that. I just saved myself money. I mean, it kept going and going. And so those things were really helpful.
Yes, yes. I won't say her full name because somebody might know her, but I went to grad school with someone, first name Sarah. And she would crack us up because she had never in her life cleaned in grad school, never cleaned. Didn't know what common or cleaning products back at that time were, and we're like, how could you get through your life and never clean? So I get your point there. There are folks out there who are like, wow, that's impressive, that's amazing, that's good for you, good for you. Talk a little bit about maybe some of the unique things that you have posted about that you were able to use to make some, as you call it, evergreen kind of points, or bring up evergreen kinds of concepts, but using some very unique things either in your life or in your experiences to be able to do that.
Oh, that's a hard one. But, that comes to mind now, because I just got a message this morning, my front door. People are fascinated about how I clean my front door, how I decorate it every season. To me, that's just natural. But again, that inspired this particular lady. She said, hey, I'm doing an Easter door this year, and thank you for showing me this. Oh, you should have seen my Christmas door, but I'm going to send you a photo. There was I did a behind the scenes just randomly of me like going into my herb garden and snipping herbs. I just washed them. I hung them up. I dried them out. I minced them up. I put them in jars. And this lady, several of my viewers was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you could do that. I'm doing this. I mean, it's just ongoing. There's so much content I have created over the last year and a half that have really been like inspirational. Actually using that information from me.
What do you were talking about earlier, the intentionality and all. What do you consider to be your personal brand?
My personal brand, Just Jeannie, Pivotal Moments, is basically live your best life, find your clarity of purpose, go ahead and thrive, transform, and be you. That is what my brand is about. That's my mission.
So for folks out there who are struggling with that, struggling to either be assertive enough to step out on that, or a little bit timid or fearful about what impact that might have, what, I don't want to say advice because you've kind of given them advice, what I can't think of any better word though than advice or counsel would you give them about being confident in doing it though? So even though you may have a little timidity about it, what advice would you give them about the benefit or the value of the confidence in doing it anyway?
Do it. First of all, don't let other people get in your head. Naysayers going to be naysayers. People are going to talk about you regardless if you do or you don't. So go ahead and just put that on the shelf. But the biggest shift is your mind. Mind is a mind shift. You have to change the way you're thinking. And I told my residents, former residents who I taught, I still keep in touch with them. They'll call and I said, y'all remember me when I was your attending? Everybody thought I was weird. That was fine. I was comfortable with it. I knew what I had to do. I just didn't know how. I kept it to myself. So keep whatever you're thinking, keep it to yourself so the naysayers won't get in there and start messing with your head. Then you need to start doing things that you think that are good for you. Okay. Trial and error. And that's what I did. I tapped into resources. I tapped into the skill sets I had in the past before I became Dr. Jacobs. And I started pursuing those interests. And whatever stuck, I kept going with it. If it didn't work, I immediately went on to the next skill set or the next idea or the next thought process. I didn't stagnate. I just kept moving until I found the things that worked for me. Once you find out what works for you, your purpose just starts to be there. It comes there. That focus, that purpose, your intention, what you're doing becomes solidified. And you start to become a nonconformist. And that was me. I stopped conforming to what other people were telling me to do. Meaning nonconformist, like anything that did not align with my purpose or my focus, if you want to say, I said no to, and I could say it with confidence, and I could move differently than everybody else. And it moved me faster to where I needed to be because I could say no, because it did not align with my purpose. And it's no harm or shame in that.
Right.
So that's what I would tell you to do. Because once you find that purpose and you move forward, there's nothing you can stop you. You're going to be resilient. There's nothing that no one can say to you. There's not a block in front of you that's going to stop you. You can do anything. And that power is amazing. When you start to feel that, you start growing, you start striving, people start noticing, and then they want to be in your wave.
That's great. Well, that leads to, I guess, another nuance on a question I asked earlier. I asked you a question earlier about how you measure success from social media platform perspective and what metrics do you use. But the response that you gave there suggests something else too around how do you measure success in your life?
For me is my happiness, my peace. Sure, the tangible things like, the house, the car, what's in your bank account, people look at that. But there's other aspects to it. It's the personal, and then I say the tangible stuff. For me, the personal is the joy, the peace, the happiness that I have. The life that I've created, the mindset that I have, the joy. People who come to my home, they see that, they feel that. How people pull from the energy from me and able to transform that into something that's positive in their lives. That's huge. That is huge.
I think that's also key in what you were talking about, having the confidence to make the decisions to live your own life on your own terms.
Yes.
If those are your goals, if those are the ways that you measure success in your life, then it's easier for you to say, no, I'm doing it this way, not that way, or to not be pressured.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, when I was at work, it definitely showed. There was just something, it just said, Jeannie, move. That light was like, move, girl. And I was saying no. And, people like, oh, you said no to the chair. Yes, I did. And said no in confidence and kept walking. And there was no backlash. I think the dude knew, and it was okay. He knew I was moving forward, and people knew it. And again, like I said, they have taken on some of those former colleagues. They saw it. They are now taking on the genie, as they call it, and they're moving forward too. So
you're a role model for them as
yes.
well. So, now, you mentioned about your children and social media, and one of your children giving you a thought about a post that you should do. Obviously, our kids today are much more engaged in, involved with, captured by social media, etc. Talk a little bit about how they look at the kinds of things that you talk about, or do they give you feedback about the kinds of things that you talk about in your posts and your content?
Well, my kids are more quiet. They really don't. I don't think they really pay attention to what I do unless their friends' moms or their friends say, "Hey, I follow your mom," because they live with me every day, so they have to live in my drama. So they're pretty much a part of it as far as being kids at home and watching mom cook and clean and why I have to help her. But they are not really big into social media. I think because we don't really allow them to engage really on TikTok and Instagram because they're still young. Mm-hmm. We're cultivating other things. So no, social media to them is there, but it's not there.
Right. When one of their friends said, "My mom follows your mom."
Yes.
Why?
They're friends. That's different. They're like over the weekend, some of my daughter's friends came over and said, "Oh, we follow you on social media. Can you show us such and such in your house?" Or did you really, Carly said, you really do cook this every other week. I said, yeah, I do. You want some? So their whole thing is they're fascinated because I'm the cool mom. Everyone likes to come over here. This is real, y'all. You know, that's what they say. She's real.
Right. What you see is what you
It's
get.
what you're gonna get when you walk into Miss Jeannie's house, and
Right.
it's fun. It's fun. It's enjoyable, and I'm just really glad that what I'm doing is inspiring other people to do what they want to do. I tell everyone my dream is to be Martha Stewart, and I can see myself, and I feel that for myself. So we're on the way for that.
You mentioned this earlier, and I'll come back to it since you just mentioned Martha Stewart. I do a lot of talks to, for career advice for recent college grads, et cetera, or even high school kids. But one of the questions always comes up, is there a career in this, or, should I go into that, et cetera, et cetera. And I always use Martha Stewart as the example because I say, look, if Martha Stewart had gone to her parents when she got out of college and said, I'm going to decorate tables for a living, or I'm going to, design centerpieces for, her parents probably would have said, oh, you can't make any money in that. What are you going to do? Why'd you waste that education? Why did we spend all that money? But to your point that you made earlier, when you follow your passion, you can make money and fame and fortune, from anything if you first are passionate about it, and then you find ways, to incorporate those people who have the same, the same interest and the same love, et cetera. So
Exactly.
I love the example you give there.
Because people say that to me all the time. Like, you went to Wellesley and you went to Emory. That's a lot of money, Jeannie. Yeah, but I'm good.
It is what it is. It's already been spent. Now here's what I'm going to do with that. So education is always useful. We're running out of time, but a couple things I want to still ask you and have you kind of inform the audience out there. For those who are watching, talk about maybe two aspects of this. First, talk about what advice would you give to someone wanting to build a business in social media? What skills should they develop? What things should they think about, et cetera. And then the second part of that question is just the I
think I lost you there.
Sorry about that. I think I might have hit the wrong button. But so the two parts of the question, one is, what advice would you give to someone who's out there wanting to start their own social media business? And the second part of that is, in general, somebody who's wanting to be an entrepreneur and feels like they're, hey, I don't know how to go about that. What advice would you give to them about, kind of going out on their own?
Well, to be in social media, what I quickly learned, my skill sets were in medicine, but I quickly were able to adapt what I knew into this new life of being a creator. But the things I did not have as far as skills or know-how, don't be afraid to hire people to help you. And you don't have to have people hired for, full-time type employee. Just hire people as you need to help you do certain things, develop your website, come up with landing pages, etc. And Fiverr, Upwork, those platforms are perfect for it. So please don't be afraid to reach out on those platforms and find people who can help you and build the team that you need. That's the biggest thing. Help. As far as the second question, if you're starting a business and you want to be an entrepreneur, do some homework. Don't just throw yourself out there. Figure out what it is you want to do. Niche it down. Find out what resources you need to have to get this business started. Get the legal aspects worked out. For me, I had to go ahead and revive a corporation, a LLC, that I had. I had to trademark my name, trademark my content. So you need to be aware of what is involved to get your business up and going. As far as financing, for me, this is all self-funded. But I did, as a physician, I had my own practice at one point. So I had access to line of credit. I have access to bankers if I need it, particularly with my home fragrance line right now. As I'm building relationships with retailers, I know I'm going to have more inventory. So I have sources to tap into. So make sure you have some sources available to you that you can fund your business. Also, try to keep yourself organized. It gets busy when you are you have that entrepreneurial asset because you have so much going on hitting you at one time. It's crucial to have people who can help you. Hire a VA, a virtual assistant. That's what they're there. You can get on different platforms and they're there. They'll help you 24/7. Keep your stuff organized, keep you flowing. For me, I had to hire someone initially to help me post, because I wasn't good at posting, but I had to post on a schedule. Someone to help me organize my content and keep it posted. That was crucial in growing my social media platform. So hiring help, keep yourself focused and organized, and thinking about what potential financial obligations you may need to meet. Those are the three big things that I think every entrepreneur needs to think about when you're starting your business.
Super. Now, how can folks reach you if they want more information, they want to follow you and get some of those great tips that you're giving in your various social media platforms, want to reach out to you? What's the best way for them to do that?
I have a website. It's called justjeanniejacobs.com. All about Jeannie, everything you can imagine, even access to my home fragrance line. Also, if you go to Instagram and you can find me at Jeannie Jacobs. And you click on my bio, you'll see a link to all things Jeannie. That includes the website, access to my 8-week course, which is free on elevated living, which I'm so excited about, access to my home fragrance line, all the news articles, access to blogs. We got it there for you, and even Pinterest.
Super. Well, it's been a pleasure talking with you, and enjoyed the conversation, enjoyed hearing about your life journey and the things that you were able to do and how you live an authentic life on your own terms, and the advice you had for other folks out there about the same. So look forward to the next time. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
You have a good day. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye now. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, so you can go to the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App and use the account number $BBX USA. Again, that's Cash App $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can also register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund. Also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month that include NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Stay tuned for more programming, and remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done,
You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all y'all, all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, you know, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, and business owners. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next guest for this session is LaTanya Warren. Ms. Warren is a CEO and founder of Armentia LLC and leads a SWAM-certified, veteran-owned cannabis research, development, and education company. She's collaborating with top institutions. Armentia offers certification courses, grant application assistance, and business licensing services to advance education and success in the cannabinoid industry. Please help me welcome Ms. LaTanya Warren.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, good. I appreciate you joining us on the program today. Where are you coming in from?
So I'm coming in from Florida right now, but I am, my business is owned and operated in Virginia, Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Ah, okay. Now that's an interesting combination. So are you living in Virginia Beach or are you running your business from Florida?
Yeah, no, we're on our annual family vacation, but living right. Yes, I got my parents, my siblings here. It's a great week, but yes, I currently live in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Okay, well,
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Are you there? Mute.
I'm here.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
So again, appreciate you joining us and taking time away from your vacation to impart some wisdom on to us about your experiences as an entrepreneur and about the cannabinoid industry. So I know we're going to do a fireside chat, so we'll jump into it. But before we do, I love folks to hear backstories, origin stories. So talk about your origin story. How did you get involved in the cannabinoid industry, and where did you start from before your journey here?
Oh gosh, no, that's a great question. So I named my company Armentia after my grandmother. She was an unlicensed botanist, if you will, or a expert retail in a space that didn't exist at the time. Right. So I've been raised around this plant, come from very humble beginnings myself, with my very much so amazing parents, but very young when they had me. So raised by my grandmother, who was an amazing woman, who truly believed in the holistic power behind this plant. And for me, science has always been a passion. My time in the military as a medic, but also an HR specialist, really brought that out, brought the science love out. And then going back to school, getting my undergrad in biology, and then continuing on my studies with chemistry, I just really wanted to understand more about cannabis sativa. So I think that just brought everything together. The name was a no-brainer. She unfortunately left us in 2014, and she would be so proud to see where things have gone so far. But also the science and the education, now that things are legal, I just really feel like it's a very important, it's an essential piece to this industry.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you said you were in the military. What branch?
Yes, the Army. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So obviously not career, unless you really are preserved that cannabis is working to preserve even better. How long did you serve?
Yes. So I like to tell people, I'm like 12 years, but there's that dormant year, right? So 13 years there. And then I had my amazing son, who is 13 now. Gosh, I can't even say that without getting stumbled. But yes, I got out of the military once I had my son, and it has been an amazing journey since, honestly.
Yeah. I grew up a military brat. So
okay.
Yeah, so I grew up an Air Force brat.
I was just gonna ask what branch. Okay.
Yeah, so the traveling, etc. And I tell folks all the time, when people say, "Oh, thank you for your service," they say it like, "Oh, have a nice day. Thank you for your service."
Yeah.
It's like, no, you don't understand. And again, I was a brat, so I wasn't doing the serving, but families serve, along with whoever the parent or the spouse is, and what they have to do. So people don't understand what that really means, what people have to give up. Yes, there's the battle and the fighting and potential, life or death situations, but there's also the everyday sacrifices that you give up. And so hopefully when people say, thank you for your service, they really stop and think about what that entails. And so I do thank you for your service and what you gave up, what you had to go through. the sacrifices you had to make in everyday life just to be able to, help others, kind of live freely, et cetera. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So talk about, you mentioned your grandmother.
Yeah.
And often when we think about the cannabis industry at this point, that for folks of color, especially in the African American community, it has a very different look now than it did then. It is looked upon differently now than it was then, but the plant's the same.
The plant's the same. Yes. Yeah.
The money's probably gotten better, but you can talk to that a little bit. But talk about, some of the stigma and stereotypes that, came out of the 60s and 70s versus what you see in the industry today. Our view in media or in both media and in movies was a little different.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about that.
Oh, I mean, so many wonderful points that you've made just based off what you've said. You're right. There was that negative narrative. But for me, I started with the research and noticing being one of the first with an approved research proposal at an academic institution, it was very eye-opening. Gosh, so many different avenues I want to go with it because you're right. There's a lot of the stigma, and that's what I call the negative narrative, is where it's legal. And we can see where in 2024 and 2023, excuse me, it was $1 billion made in Virginia alone, right? But in my mind, I'm like, well, where's the education? And then there's the how. How is there this much being generated? And then, just, a few years ago, not even, a decade ago, it was illegal. It wasn't talked about. We've got nurses and anyone in the medical field, if it was even mentioned, it was, a big X of no, we don't. Right. So there's for me, my thought and my passion comes from the education, and there's just too many voices out there that are using this as a medicine, and they are it is helping them with the things that they are going through. So instead of anything that you are using in abundance or too much of a good thing, right? But if you're using it correctly, it really can help you. And with the data that's out there today that I'm proud to be a part of, that the research, the peer-reviewed research, and seeing that 44% of users are 50 and older, and they are seeing betterment in their lives. And it's not, just rolling up the picture that you see in some of the older movies we won't mention, but it's not that anymore. It definitely is a tincture that can help you with your anxiety. It's an edible that may help you relax and fall asleep and have better rest. So so many things that can be compared, but I'll stop there.
Right. Well, and not to mention the fact that at one point we had how many people, millions of people in prison from it versus now it's like, oh, I've got myself, come on in, have a seat, light up.
Yes. Oh my gosh. And then, it's just, I'll be honest, it did start that way for me to see so many folks that look like me still in prison while there is billions of dollars being made. And so it felt unfair. It felt really ugly, and then, but hopefully with the work that is being done and with my passion, we can, change that, because there's a lot of folks looking to recreate a wheel that doesn't quite need to be recreated. So these folks actually have some smart things to say about the industry and how it should be operated, and the naturalness of this product and not all of the additives. So yeah.
Well, let's go a little deeper into that, because you mentioned your grandmother, Armentia, was the inspiration, and I apologize for mispronouncing that initially. Armentia was the inspiration for it. So go a little bit more into what about either her or her life inspired you, and what challenges you face not only because of the stigma we talked about before, but being a Black-owned business. Because the reality is, like most business or segments and industries, Black-owned is a smaller percentage of it. So talk about what challenges you face being in that space and industry, but what first inspired you to get involved and to create Armentia.
Yeah. So I'll start with my grandmother. She was all around a wonderful woman, my best friend. But she kept me and a lot of my family just grounded. She was very transparent, very loving, and very caring. And for me, it was about being in the books, reading all of the time. Yes, understanding that there are some parts that aren't so pretty to get things or to get the medicine to people who needed it most at that time, but then looking to transition that over to the to good players or to the legal side of the world. What does that look like? And to answer your second part of your question, the challenges, I think, especially as a woman in business, I fought that term for so long because to me, I am a scientist, and the business side is it's a different ball game. It's a different beast in itself. So sitting at a lot of these tables, I definitely see where the scientist in me would come out a lot because yes, transparency, education, and then that truth bound part of keeping people on track. Yes, you can get folks can get a little lost when it comes to the money that can be made, but there are still a lot of things that need to be covered to make sure that you do remain on that good player side of the world. There's still a lot of folks who are I don't want to I mean, how do I say it? They come in and they see something that can generate tons of money. Great. But there's so much more to it. So standing your ground, standing my ground as a Black woman, as a scientist, and saying, no, we have to do it this way in order to move forward, it can be a little challenging.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
So talk about what your mission is, or what mission you created for Armentia, and how you want to impact the industry.
Yeah. So during my research, I noticed that some of the testing was coming out not as great. And I was going through companies that I just at the time thought were going to be the best of the best. And but instead of judging what the results were coming out, I decided I wanted to visit these cultivators and these, larger companies and just figure out why. Why is the testing not coming back a pass? And what I found is that a lot of these companies are hiring the smartest, the best of the best in the science world, but they have no knowledge of cannabis. I mean, outside of let's say what it is, their weed man from college, right? They don't know much about cannabis. But what I discovered is that it's not their fault. When you are, again, a nurse or in the healthcare space at all, what you're taught is that there's no education at all. If you bring up marijuana, if you bring up cannabis, it's a big X. We don't even talk about that plant. So now that it is an industry, I'm seeing, again, yes, the best of the best chemists and the scientists, but I started asking questions. Well, why are you using this? And then just so it's popping hot on my instruments. So I decided to create Armentia for the educational piece. Unfortunately, yes, this plant is still a Schedule 1 medication. It is a drug. So what does that mean? Well, we all know who can distribute and handle Schedule 1 medications or drugs. And so I wanted to start there. And if the state is never going to go outside of the federal law, then let's just stay within that and educate people. Let's have that requirement of, yes, we understand that cannabis but let's also understand, the laws behind it. And then same thing on the healthcare side. You understand healthcare, medicine, and all of that, but let's help you understand cannabis. So that's what I want for Armentia is to be that standard of education, both on the vendor side, the retail, wholesale, and cultivation side, but also on the healthcare space, because getting the product to the healthcare space was a very big accomplishment for me, and I want to see it more.
Good. So my company, my practice is a business growth practice. So I help folks go, what I say, from vision to value. So talk about your vision for your business and how you create value then for your client segment.
Absolutely. So the vision again was just that it was education. How do we make sure that things are done the right way? Again, I'm looking at these MSOs, multi-state operators, and I'm seeing the billions of dollars, and I'm like, how did they do that without being fined, without being imprisoned? And so digging deep into that research, I found the pharmacy board being the strong arm or that lead arm. And so the vision was education. It's always been education and then following and doing things the right way. A lot of people don't know that there's an application process. A lot of people don't know that the National Institute of Health is offering up to $150 million in grants just for cannabis understanding, basic cannabis understanding. You can tap into those grants. And so I wanted to have people or let people know this. So the vision to, and then give me that term again, vision to
Value.
value. I love
Yeah.
that. So value is one of my largest contracts, I'm going to say accomplishments. I get it that it's a contract, but it's an accomplishment was getting the product to a healthcare space. Westminster Canterbury is a multi-million dollar retirement living facility, and I was able to help a vendor, with the proper testing, understanding, and now you can walk right into that retirement living facility, that healthcare facility, and you can purchase CBD and THC products safely. So they are offering that to their patients. And so I want to do that more and more for folks, but there is a middle where there needs to be some understanding between healthcare and vendor. Again, with grants, a lot of folks on the medical side aren't realizing that there are grants out there. So I would love to help them understand the plant, which is which is my wheelhouse. And then they, of course, have this, 10-year degree of a doctorate or a nurse practitioner or a chiropractor. And there's grants out there for them for product understanding. And then with the course itself, a lot of people are like, well, I see all of these jobs that are available online that you can work at a dispensary. But when you look at the qualifications, the minimum requirement is a certified pharmacy technician license. And so I teach that course to people 5 weeks. You can take my course 5 weeks, you take the exam, and you are now a certified pharmacy technician.
Super. Now it seems like from what you said and what I hear, kind of in your practices, et cetera, that the education piece for you is not only about the user, but about kind of impacting the standards in the industry.
Yes.
So talk about how you see that as being critical from the business side. Why is standard setting, standard establishment, being a part of the body that establishes standard important from a business valuation standpoint?
Oh, absolutely. So, what we're seeing is that there's a shift. There are people on the healthcare side listening. On a business side of the world, people are saying words like this market is oversaturated and things like that because there is so much availability to do kind of your own thing. But if you aren't generating revenue my beg to everyone is to look at what those licenses, what has evolved. And what a lot of people don't realize, and what I love helping people with, is that there is a licensing process already in place. Just because the state is new to it doesn't mean they don't already have a plan. There's provisions that have already been placed since 2021 in the state of Virginia alone. Just because we're not all the way there yet with all of those provisions doesn't mean there isn't a plan. So to be licensed and to be able to have your product in a, even in a retail space, there's, oh, a lot of people don't know that there's testing involved. I'll- I I want to say it this way. If anything is consumed, a consumable product, there, a lot of people should know that there is a testing involved. There's, when you're growing this plant, there's mold, there's aspergillus, there's water activity, there's things that can harm harm us as humans. So testing is mandatory, and a lot of people walk in, they don't know this. So there's a lot of different avenues. I try to stay within my 3 pillars of education, grant assistance, and business licensing, which does include testing as well. But as you can just see from here, there's so many different avenues.
Right.
And what I mean by that is, if you think about the education system, there's 120 different possible degrees that you can receive at any given university. And I believe cannabis fits in every one. There's CPAs that need to understand the tax laws for folks who are running a cannabis business, because they're different for everyone. There's lawyers that are taking the time to learn the cannabis space, because in order to help those companies. I can go all day, but I won't. Yeah. I'll digress. But yeah.
So is your education piece more geared towards? So I know it's wide and encompassing, but is it more geared towards the healthcare provider, the pharmacist, et cetera, the cannabinoid industry retailer, the cannabinoid industry user, or the government institutions policymakers? So I know you touch on all of those, but which one do you see as the more prominent for your business, and why? Or how do you prioritize those, maybe?
Yes, yes, visually, I see Armentia being in the middle. And I say that because it is very hard to find someone who knows the healthcare space, but also have a very good understanding of cannabis as well. So to your first question, I want to say that my original mission was to help the retail space be properly licensed with someone who holds a certified pharmacy technician license. So, and the reason being is that there were a lot of different evolving laws where these retailers were being fined, but not understanding why. So that was the original thought, right? Okay, the education just is not there. But when I'm speaking to these vendors or these retailers, they have a very broad knowledge of the plant itself. So that was the start. But then it evolved into being me myself a former medic, and then being a certified pharmacy tech, and before working at the hospital and having that, I also understand the healthcare side of the world. And then when those conversations started to shift with folks that are in on the healthcare side, they came to me. Hey, Tanya, all right, give me some rundowns about this, this plant. I'm hearing a lot of my patients asking about it, and I want to give them the right information. They're just calling with questions. So that brought me to CEs. So CEs, continuing education courses that people can come to Armentia and take just to learn about the plant. That then evolved with a partnership with a university, Roanoke College, the first in Virginia to recognize cannabis bachelor's degrees. We're currently partnered with them, and having my curriculum in that space is a very big deal, because a lot of healthcare folks, they look for factual information. And no offense to Google or YouTube, but an EDU or an educational institution is the first place a licensed healthcare professional is going to look. They're going to turn back to the university that gave them that degree and look for answers. So yeah, I hope that made sense. I was hoping to try to build it. And
No,
but
absolutely it does. So I appreciate that. And I think it's useful for folks out there to understand from the business aspect, not only in your own industry, your industry, but in whatever industry they're in, here are all the different ways that you can have impact, and all the different ways that having involvement can impact your business. And if you really want to grow, here's a way. Yes, I can make my business grow, help my business grow by setting the standards, or being a part of who sets the standards. Because if I'm helping set the standards and I know what my strengths are, then I can, make that a bigger, better thing. If I'm, doing a retail or selling some, so it's again, I think it's useful for all folks to hear and understand.
Absolutely, I agree. And what I really love about what you're saying is like there's a standard that needs to be set, and being a part of that in your space, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Like, okay, hey, I've got a lot of different retailers. Hey, I need a CPA. Okay, finding an accountant that is also knowledgeable in the cannabis space, that is huge right now. So yes, you're absolutely right.
Good. Talk a little bit. You were mentioning your partnership with Roanoke. Is it college or university? Okay, Roanoke College.
Roanoke University. Yep, Roanoke College. Yeah.
All right. Talk about how you were able to set that up, and talk about why you put that, kind of leading from the other question we were talking about, why you put that within your strategy or list of tasks and activities to do.
Absolutely. So again, I've always been on the academia side of the world, been on the medical side of the world. But yes, I have a very broad knowledge of the business side and the cannabis space just from growing up. So I've always felt like I've been in the middle, right? So with that said, when I learned that, and this just happened last year, that Roanoke College was coming out with a cannabis studies program, I reached out right away. It was very hard to go up against the Board of Pharmacy to get my curriculum accepted. It took a lot of months, a lot of effort. And then when they accepted, I just, again, like I said, it felt like a no-brainer when I heard about Roanoke College and their cannabis studies program. And so I reached out to an amazing doctor, Dr. Pauly, and got to speaking with her. And what's really amazing is that I've been up to Roanoke College. She's put out just a couple of flyers on campus, and we had a packed house of students. And what that said to me is that this generation is ready to understand. Like, all right, hey, I don't know what's happening, but we see that there's, why is it $1 billion industry? And then how can I, get involved the right way? And so here I am giving this guest lecture to a packed house full of very curious, what is it, Gen Alpha students. And it was very inspiring. It's just, like it's not, and their questions were so motivating. It wasn't, just a party or, hey, how can I, it's none of those questions. It's how can I become licensed? When can I become licensed? How do I start this if I decided to go into policy? How would that help me? I mean, the questions just flourished. So there's so much, and there's healthcare professionals that, again, that will ask me questions, either that were there already licensed or wanting to be in the medical space and saying, hey, how can I make sure I'm helping my patients in the future just by knowing this this plant? So it was,
Well, one of the strategies I work with, my clients on is around strategic partnerships, and the
Yes.
reason being, I focus a lot on things that cost you no money
Yeah.
that can bring you lots of value. And so
Yes.
strategic partnerships are part of that. That just says, hey, it's
Yes.
finding like-minded, like-interested, organizations, individuals, et cetera, that
Yes.
can help you promote your business, can
Yes.
bring credibility in some cases, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
So I applaud you on the strategy and the
Thank
implementation and the execution of that.
you.
And your ability to communicate to folks out there is like, here's why that's important. Here's why that's critical.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I found it very a huge accomplishment knowing that my logo is on this university's website. And then you're right. What I love about what you're saying is that, yes, this university is bringing in value to Armentia, but it's allowing me to take my passion and really, educate every student that comes in. Every 5 weeks, we've got a new batch of students, and they come with so much light in their eyes and excitement and passion and ready to learn, not just the pharmacy side, which is a huge part of this. We do not skip the pharmacy portion of this, but then also the cannabis week. We have an entire week of cannabis education, and they're excited the entire 5 weeks.
All right, good. Now let's switch gears a little bit because you
Yeah.
also have the testing
Yes.
lab, aspect of it.
Yes.
And if I remember from your earlier conversation, you're saying that's state approved, state accredited as a capability, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
So a lot of what Armentia, what I've wanted to do was, again, like you said, have those strategic partnerships because the standard does need to be set. And the partnership with Green Alliance Lab, I love it. It is a Black-owned cannabis testing facility. The owner is an amazing, very passionate in this space, Black man. So I am like, that was a very big push for me because it just it doesn't exist. Well, from Virginia to Michigan. It just so and then being a part of that mission of being of properly testing that product. So yes, another strategic partnership there because the testing is important. What a lot of people I want to bring what I want to do is bring light or shed light to a recent article. There's been a lot of unfortunate lacing of fentanyl with cannabis. There was an article in Florida where there's some unfortunate life ending happenings. I want to make it as light as possible, but it's just not. It's a very serious situation. So if you're with this product being legal, you don't have to go to mile marker 17 anymore. You can walk into a retailer and purchase it legally. But with that said, you also have rights. You have right to know what you're putting in your body. I know that I'm looking for a very natural product. I didn't ask for, anything else to be in it. So that was the reason where I definitely wanted to partner with Green Alliance Lab and its state accredited cannabis testing lab facility.
And so how does that work with the retail arm of the industry?
Yeah, so if you are a licensed retailer in the cannabis space, testing is required. If that cultivator or that manufacturer does not have a COA, a certificate of analysis, they shouldn't even have the product on their shelf. And that is across the board. You look at Ohio, Michigan, Colorado. If you walk into a dispensary or a CBD shop, you can turn that bottle around and you could see a tested by label. It'll typically have a QR code. You can test to see if that QR code is even real and, make sure, right? So this is where that value comes in. It is required. A cultivator is required to get their product tested before it goes to a manufacturer or to a retailer. It is required that a wholesaler has their product tested before it goes to a retailer. So there is 3 points. It's called 3 points of testing. So there is, and a lot of people don't know this. So when they're being fined $10,000 or to $300,000, you hear about a store being fined. It's typically because they weren't doing it the right way. So,
Following the process and
mhm.
procedures. We're
Yeah.
running out of time.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you two questions. One is, what's next? So from where you are now, what are your major goals, objectives, for your organization?
Major goal, want to see more students. We started this process last year. Pilot went out. We've got a program that went out with a bang, 50 students right off on the first month, right? And we're seeing growth in that. We want to see more. I want to see more universities partnering with Armentia to get the proper education and understanding as they teach their students. I want to see more licensed healthcare professionals have proper education when it comes to this plant, which is now legal. In the future, as far as testing, helping others understand, especially retailers, be fined less. $350,000 was fined in Virginia and the stores across Virginia. Let's help them understand why. And then seeing another lab, especially in partnership with with the with Roanoke University. So our college, I think those are my three. Seeing more students, helping vendors and retailers understand the why, and then another lab.
Okay. And then the last question we're going to be able to get to is, how can folks reach you? So if they
Yes.
want to get more information, they want to get involved in the industry, want to get
Yes.
certified, in
Yeah.
the category, how can they reach you? What's the best way for that?
I'll make it quick. I am looking for interns. I am certified to host
Well, you got
interns.
jobs too, huh?
Yes, yes, we are growing. I've got I would not be here without my team. I am going to say that. I should have said that first. I've got an amazing director of education, an amazing marketing officer, but they all started with one, taking my course, and the other started as an intern and has grown into an officer. Yes, so yeah, that is huge. We are across all the social media platforms and have never been shut down or shadow banned because of the great work that she's doing. So we're on Instagram, Armentia_001, on Facebook, LinkedIn. Investors, we're always looking for investors who want to jump in and help create that standard as we continue to move throughout other universities. We've got 2 other universities in the works right now and getting those finalized. So yes, we're definitely everywhere. And that's what we're we want to grow. The course is online. It's a hybrid course. It does not have to be in person, but it is live. So yeah.
Sounds like big and bolder things ahead for you. It was a pleasure
Hope
speaking with you,
so.
meeting you, and speaking with you. Look
Yeah.
forward to hearing more about the growth of Armentia and where
Yeah.
you're taking the industry and where you're taking the company. And look forward to seeing you back on here and sharing your knowledge and experience with the rest of the audience as well.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about yours too. I hear about business growth. I'm like, okay, I'm always looking for strategies. Yes. Yes.
Let's reach out. Let's reach out. We'll have a conversation
Definitely.
and see how we can, collaborate and support one another going forward.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank
Well,
you.
enjoy the rest of your day. Look forward to the phone call and the conversation. So remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. So if you are a student, you can go to the same website that I'm going to give you here, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. You can go to that site to donate. Or if you're a student, you can go to that site to register. You can also donate at Cash App or through Cash App with the account number $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So again, students go to that same website to register there. Every dollar counts. So please remember to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.